This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Ngala's and Beyond Private Game Reserve, where this afternoon we were on our way, and we just came across this little pond that we have here, and we just thought it is not worth us keeping it to ourselves, and it was worth us sharing it with you guys. So for this afternoon, we were thinking of trying to find some buffalo for you guys, and hopefully later on in the evening try and see if we can follow up on the Birmingham Pride. And I say to you, welcome aboard to your live safari in the African wild. As you can see, this is as wild as it gets. We have some water lilies up there in the water. Very beautiful plant. Now, as you can see, the beauty of that flower there, there's quite a lot of them in the water that we can see. I think we just wanted to give you guys an idea what it looks like up close and personal from where we are, because the color on these lilies is incredibly amazing. And in fact, this little pen this year has been very, very productive for us. We've seen a lot of stuff that we never dreamed or thought we would see. And the bird life in here has been incredible. All right, everybody, my name is Ruel, and behind the camera, we have got Gert this afternoon. And like I said, we are on our way down to try and find some buffalo. So we just thought maybe we stop and share the little beauty of this pond with you guys. And it's incredible because it's not really that deep. I think this is just water that is collected throughout the rain, and it will dry out very soon and all these flowers will die out. So I think it is also nice to just take a moment to enjoy them. You know, in several occasions when we've been here, we've had incredible bird life, a lot of insects on these flowers as well. And I can imagine the number of frogs that would be in there at the moment. And you can see it is only going to get prettier, because it looks like there's still quite a few that have not opened up yet. And you can imagine how that color will come out when all of them have bloomed. All right, so we're going to carry on with our plan for this afternoon, and in the meantime we'll send you guys over to Tswalu to say hello to you guys.
Everyone, how are you? I'm so glad to have you on board. It's me, Tswalu. I have Johan on camera with me, and we're just taking a slow bumble this afternoon. I have no real plans or solid plans. I'm just seeing what the bush has to offer. At this time of the afternoon, birds would be a good place to start. So we're going to swing past Treehouse Dam to start our adventure and see where we go from there. What is our adventure? It's your live safari, everyone. So use that hashtag Wild Earth or at FC on the YouTube chat stream. You can also go to our website and you can register, and you can go to Live Safari and then use our questions and comments box. If you're under 18, you can use kids' questions at wildearth.tv. We'd love to hear from you. In fact, you can tell me what you feel like seeing today. Of course, it depends entirely on what's on offer and what we can manage to find. But I also have something that I'd love to find today. that is difficult to put on camera. Oh, it's just a grasshopper coming a bit too close to comfort there. I was hoping to find a bat today. Obviously, this evening we get free-tailed bats here, which are quite common. We see them often, but I haven't seen any bats in a while. So I thought today, there's something feels a bit uneasy about this afternoon. I don't know if it's the weather. It's cloudy but warm, but a bit cool. The breeze is cool, so I thought it's a bit creepy. I like creepy things, spiders, etc. So I thought maybe a bat. I can challenge your hand to be able to follow the bat. They move very, very quickly. Hi, Ronnie. You'd like to know where I find bats in Djuma? Just flying around. I've never seen them roosting anywhere. I'm not sure where they do, quite honestly. It must be in trees. It must be in trees somewhere. But I've never seen them myself. So just in the air, we usually see them flying around. Anyway, we're quite close to Treehouse Dam now. So hopefully there'll be something really cool happening there. Well, it is this time of the afternoon. It's only 3:30, so it would be very quiet. But again, something a bit uneasy about the weather. And speaking of the weather, how about you go and have a look, and hopefully it being not as uneasy as it is in Djuma in our other locations.
Well, welcome everyone to And Beyond Pin, the private game reserve this afternoon. And look what we found very early in the afternoon, straight out of the lodge. A beautiful pride of lions lying in this green grass. Welcome to And Beyond Pin. My name is Ross, and behind the camera today is Craig. And as I mentioned, we have found this beautiful pride of lions in what seems to be quite a thick area. And at the moment, we saw that this one lioness had briefly picked up her head to listen to a sound that she'd heard over her shoulder, but she has flopped herself right back down again to rest the afternoon away again. Beautiful colors. Look at that belly just rising and falling as she breathes. And it looks like they might have had a meal maybe yesterday, because their bellies, or the belly of this lioness, isn't so full as we'd expect it to be after a big meal. Maybe what I think is that they'd had a meal yesterday or the day before, maybe the evening before last, and they've just been resting here, digesting their food in the coolness of this thicket. And this thicket provides lots of shade, lots of cool grass. It's much better than lying on stony or rocky ground. And I think this is what they're doing here. Now, in screen, we're going to pan across to the rest of the pride that you may just be able to see through this thicket. They're starting to actually play around. There's 4 very small cubs, 3 older cubs and another lioness, and they are just starting to become a bit more active. So I think what our plan is today is to maybe stick around with these lions, see if they come out and reveal themselves to us a little bit better. himself to us a little bit better.
It looks like there's a lot of water around in Ngala, and where we are right now, we're currently sitting in the Timbawati riverbed, where there's remains of water puddles from these year's previous rains. Amazingly, inside the water, there's a lot of tadpoles and fish, and all other small invertebrates that have attracted the attention of many birds, including that three-banded plover that you guys see there. If you look closely, you might even see the reflection in the water of that bird. I think it gets the name of a three-banded plover because of the three bands that it's got on its chest right there. Very small bird. Look at that. And also here we've seen quite a lot actually. Saddle-billed storks, hammerkops, seen pied kingfisher as well, which was very, very awesome. So you can see from a river of having no life with the drought for the past 7 years or so, Garth, you asking if there is a difference between a plover and a lapwing. The lapwings have just recently changed their name to plovers. So they used to be lapwings, so it is one and the same. It is just a new name for the lapwings now being called plovers. This riverbed has been dry for so long, and after the rains, it's incredible that we actually get fish in it, and that's attracting a lot of the different birds. Very, very small bird, roughly somewhere around 18 centimeters. But very fast on their feet. You can see it looks like that one there has got something in its mouth. Maybe the search is finally paid off. Aaron, I believe you're asking what do the three-banded plovers eat? So they eat quite a variety of food, but a lot of it has to be the aquatic invertebrates, which means small frogs, little tadpoles, any little bugs or insects that is inside the water. And that's why we mostly find them at the edge of the water in dams and in rivers. So that's where they will look for food and forage there. All right, then we're going to carry on driving down this river, see what else we can find. And in the meantime, we'll send you guys to Steve in Juma so that he can also say hello to you guys this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Juma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands, where this afternoon we're going to be talking all things elephants. As you can see, we went out this afternoon to try and find some. We found a little muddy footprint in the mud, and it paused like, there's an elephant. By the way, my name is Steve, joined by Paul on camera. As always, very excited to have you with us. Now, there's a couple of young bulls over there having a little push and shove. Let me just move forward. I'm wondering if this is maybe the same herd I had a wonderful encounter with last night. They're very relaxed. One of the females is she's a little bit grumpy, but for the most part, the rest of the herd is very, very relaxed. Okay. Of course, as soon as you want to look at the bulls, they move. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back into this little one behind us. It is very cute. Very cute. There we go. Sitting, hanging out with Mum. Mum is very relaxed. And we're just hoping the Ellies are going to come out more, but it looks like they're going into the thickets. I was quite hoping they were going to come to this little muddy wallow that's just off to our right-hand side. That would have been splendid. The objective was to actually find some elephant activity, go through whole tracking for you of elephants and talk about the ecological role of elephants in the environment, and then eventually play the story out and find them. Found a track and found the elephants. It was pretty straightforward. But that's the thing, everybody. I've been on 4 or 5 hour walks where we've tried to find elephants. We haven't found them. Been on 4 or 5 hour walks where we have found them towards the end and spent about an hour and a half with them, which has always been quite lovely. Jerome, they do. I mean, they get to 45, 50, and then the boys just sort of get more solid, and the ladies don't really get much bigger after that sort of age. There's probably still a bit of bone density or densification that happens, but I wouldn't say that there's much more growing. The tusks obviously are constantly growing. Are you going to get them there, Paul? They're hiding in the bushes, but the bulls, young boys, are obviously going to come and follow the rest of the family. They can't be away from them for too long. So the elephants get their last set of molars at about the age of 40, 45, and then those molars start pushing out, and eventually all their teeth wear down, and then after that, it's just a slow, steady decline. So you don't really see much more in the terms of growth. So bulls are fully grown at 40, 45. Females tend to they don't get any bigger, but you tend to see them aging in the not necessarily the wrinkles, but the dents on the forehead, sort of the demeanor of the body or the shape of the body starts to change slightly. And it's just with age, the rigors of age, the rejuvenation of the youth is gone, and the last set of teeth has come through, and slowly but surely, once those teeth are worn down, they can't really chew their food anymore. Maybe that's the next best thing out here, is an elephant dentist. I'm only being silly. Let me go back. Maybe we'll catch the rest of this herd. They do seem to be moving in a general north direction, so maybe we'll intercept them around the other corner. They're going straight through this drainage line here, and they're probably heading up on towards the western side. Ladies and gentlemen, why that hair is on the end of the tail, it's anyone's guess. Probably it works better as a swatter because it's there. Otherwise, it's just this pad that flicks around, because the elephant's tail is just this big fat pad. But with that actual hair on the end there, they're actually quite thick bristles. They're very, very thick bristles. And they grow seasonally, like the rings of a tree. So you can actually, under a microscope, count those rings in those hairs, and you can work out the condition of the elephant over its life, which is quite interesting. I don't think you could do it in the field, but you could probably, if you had a microscope in the field, you can have a look at them. But they're very hard, solid things, and they're bristly, so they probably work better as the fly swatter with that bristles on there than they do without. But very hard to say. Very hard to say. Maybe it's from a time before, because the hairs on the end are by no means anything similar to that of a giraffe. And probably more closely related to the whiskers of a hippo than to there's those hairs on the tip of a hippo's tail as well. They're quite similar to those. I don't know. I suppose if you are on the end of a very large, big animal, you need to be pretty tough, otherwise you're just going to fall out. Okay, so we're going to go around anticipating they might come through. We're going to spend a lot of time with elephants this afternoon. I hope you're prepared to send through your elephant questions. I would love to answer them. I'm feeling the elephant energy today. I'm actually always feeling the elephant energy. Always. It's very strong these days. What a blessing.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I am so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Well, welcome back to And Beyond Pin, everyone, and we are still spending some time with this pride of lions who have not moved at all since we last saw you. And you can see those little pieces of grass are not even moving. It is so still and hot and humid in this little thicket where they are. They're just taking in as much of the coolness as they can. A very, very, very hot Zululand day. These kind of days generally turn into a possibility of rain later on. when it becomes very still and humid like this, it's a big sign that there might be a storm on its way. And this is just the calm before the storm, as they say. But these lions aren't taking any notice of the weather. They're just relaxing. And I think what they did kill a couple of days ago was yesterday morning they killed a small wildebeest. And I think that's probably the last thing that they ate. They haven't moved far from where they killed it, and I wouldn't be surprised if that was the last meal that they had. And they've moved around a little bit, not very significantly since then, maybe just shuffling around to find shade, and they haven't moved since. Maybe tonight is the night that they'll decide that it's time to maybe go get some water or find some more animals that they could possibly hunt, because it was a very small wildebeest. I don't know if the entire pride was completely full from that meal, so they might need to eat again. So there's a question coming in: how many prides of lions do we have at Phinda? And a year ago it was a little bit easier to answer that question, because there were 3 very, very stable prides, very tight-knit family units that moved around together and spent all their time together. But since then, there's been 2 prides that, actually 3 of the prides, there's been sort of little breakaway units breaking away from the main core of the pride. This pride, for example, used to be made up of, I think, 8 lions, and last year sometime 2 of the lionesses actually broke away and started spending all their time on their own. So it's difficult to say now, but I think there's probably still 3 prides with 1 or 2 little breakaway groups of lions that are on their way to forming their own pride. They might take a few years, have cubs of their own, and once those cubs are adults, they'll be considered an entire pride, and they won't go back to their original pride. They'll stake out a territory of their own, and form a pride of their own. Very interesting lion dynamics going on at Phinda at the moment. You see how that one lioness has actually put her leg in the air, and I think that's because there's a slight breeze blowing through this thicket at the moment. After long last, there's a cool breeze, and she's put that leg in the air to expose her belly to the breeze, and that cool breeze is really, really cooling and soothing her belly, which must be still very, very full. It's a very good way for them to cool themselves down, because there's a lot of blood vessels and organs under that thin skin that she's cooling down at the moment. It's also quite a comfortable position for them, seeing as that their belly is full. So Alan, you have a question about whether they are vulnerable sleeping out in the open like this. And it's a very good question, because as you can see, they are not very alert at the moment. They're not really concentrating on what's going around them at all. So if there was a predator that posed a threat to lions, it would be quite dangerous for them to be so unaware like they are. But in this ecosystem, and in most ecosystems where lions occur, they have no natural predators. They are the top of the food chain. They are really the kings of the jungle, as they say. So they don't really have anything to worry about in terms of predators. The only thing that these lions might be a little bit wary of would be dominant male lions. Even though they're the same species, they can be a bit dangerous, especially if there are cubs involved. But as a general rule, there's no natural predators for lions, so that's why they can afford to sleep like this, without a care in the world. Whereas other predators like leopards and cheetah, they actually do have to worry about other predators attacking them and posing a threat to them. So they rest in a very, very different manner to these lions. Cheetah rest almost completely alert the whole time with their head up, and they'll just doze off for a couple of minutes and then wake up and be vigilant again. Leopards often will rest up a tree to be safe from predators, but lions are just the kings of the jungle, and they lie around as they please. But for now, we are going to maybe spend a little bit more time with these lions to see if they do get active. We're going to link you or send you now over to another beautiful location with a dead tree.
Welcome back to June, everybody. We have indeed got a few birds. I wonder if any of you viewers back home are awake enough and alert enough this afternoon or this morning, wherever you might find yourself, to identify what birds these are. There's 5 of them. Very easy to identify, although we can't see a breeding male with them, which would make it very easy to identify. Now, if you answer me with the word duck, I'm going to say, well done, you got a duck right, but which duck can you think of? They clearly look like ducks to me. So all of you who have bird books, bird apps, or maybe you just know it straight away, send through your answers to #WildEarth, either in the YouTube chat stream or on the website. A very nice duck, this. They've got 2 different names. And they were actually breeding in the little pan we have here on the right. So it's possible that what we're seeing now is the results of a brood, because the male performs no parental care in that regard. So it's possible that he mated with a female and she looked after some ducklings, and now it's the female with her 4 surviving ducklings that are just having a sort of chill, hanging out on this tree, doing some preening, some grooming. They've probably been feeding for most of the day. Stan the Man reckons European ducks. Now, Stan the Man, I don't even know what a European duck is. Maybe it's the duck you get in Europe, but there's quite a few different duck species in Europe. I'm no expert on European bird life. I do know most of the European birds that fly down here, and there's definitely not a migratory bird. This bird should be here all the time, although it does have small movements in and around. It doesn't move to Europe, but definitely goes to parts of Africa, so it's a partial migrant, but some of them will stay down south. So it's known as an inter-African partial migrant. Gran Heather, you're going with a white-faced duck. Now, the white-faced duck's got a much darker body and the white is very visible, whereas this bird has got a very sort of white body for the most part. The male that is missing, is the breeding male that is missing, would make it so easy for all of you to identify, but obviously he's not around, or he's gone out of breeding. He's normally got this very large thing on his face, very large sort of protrusion, which for some reason the ladies seem to like, and the larger it is, the more ladies seem to like him. So that should give you more than enough answers for what type of duck this is, but they're being splendidly sort of attractive for us in this afternoon with the beautiful clouds behind. They love to eat grass, seeds, water lilies, leaves, aquatic insects. White mane wins the prize this afternoon for the knobbed-billed duck, also known as the comb duck. I'm not sure how long ago the comb duck was its original name, but I've always known it as the comb or the knob-bill. So if you guessed either of those two, you most certainly are right. Now, in the non-breeding season, the male has just got a very slight sort of bump on his face, on the beak, and in the breeding season, it is very, very prominent. very prominent, and you'll actually have the males competing with each other for the rights to females. So quite a spotted sort of upper head neck region. The white-faced whistling duck is brown for the most part, with their very, very white face. So that's quite easy to... And a European duck, I need to find out, because I don't think I've ever seen a European duck. But thank you all for competing this afternoon. There's no real big prize, but it's always nice to just spend some time with the birds. We love Steve. I wonder where you got that name from. What an excellent name. Well, you want to know why they spread out like that on the tree? Well, I suppose it's just the way the branches are arranged. I don't think there's any major reason for it. They just flew up, and one was like, I'll stand here. I'll stand here. And maybe there's a form of social distancing going on in amongst these fellows. But I don't think there's any particular reason. That was the branches clearest to them. And they jumped. There's even one on the tree behind at the back. Can you see that? At the back, there's another one standing there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in total. How wonderful. They're all females, it seems, unless there's some very young males there that haven't actually grown any of that protrusion on the face. Okay, well, Tshala's stopped to show you a tree, and I believe it might be her favorite.
It is my favorite tree in all of Djuma. And it is a Belemnites mugami. Well, that's just the Latin name. It is a torchwood. Isn't it just beautiful? It's got a nice twisted, fluted trunk. It almost makes it look like it's from a fairy tale. Look at that. So the reason it's fluted, or the benefit of having a fluted trunk, is that when elephants come round, it's much more difficult to ring bark a tree with a fluted trunk than a tree that has a rounded trunk. Rounded trunk, easy. Ring bark it in no time, but a fluted trunk, much more difficult. Now look at that lichen. That's actually the primary reason I stopped. I've told you all that I love this tree very much, but look at that lichen. So much of it, and when it's been raining, it shows up a lot more clearly. Oh, love it. Now, lichen is a symbiotic relationship between fungi and cyanobacteria. Jerome, you'd like to know, well, why haven't all the trees in this area evolved to have a fluted trunk? Because it's not really, when we talk about survival of the fittest, it's not really survival of the fittest as much as it is survival of the fit. So things don't necessarily have to be the best of the best for that kind of gene, those kinds of genes to persist. It's just got to be enough. So the fact that the green thorn or torchwood, this tree that we're looking at, happened to develop this fluted trunk means it's beneficial for it. But marulas may not have had the mutation to get them a fluted trunk, and it may not have been that bad for them since they haven't. So it's not as if all the marulas are now going to die because torchwoods have a fluted trunk, because marulas have their own adaptations to deal with elephants. So when we talk about these are very specific kind of mutations or adaptations, but it's not exclusive. It doesn't exclude other trees just because one has it. Remember that you've used the word evolved. When trees evolve to have a certain adaptation in the other, it's a chance. And it just so happens that this one had the adaptation to have a fluted trunk. Doesn't mean that the others could in the future mean that the others die off because of elephants. But considering how long they've persisted for, it seems unlikely. Maybe they will evolve to have a fluted trunk. But so far it hasn't been such a major problem. Because remember, we see lots of trees that have been ring-barked, but there are also plenty of trees that have not been ring-barked, but we don't necessarily see those trees. I'm going to grab that name again from that question because it's a really, really important question. Viv, that is an excellent question. You'd like to know if lichen is the same as moss. No, completely different. In fact, only one of those are plants. Moss is a type of plant. It falls into a group we call bryophytes. These are non-vascular plants. So vascular means that it's got phloem and xylem. Those are the plants we're used to. Vascular plants. Now, moss is quite an ancient group. Those bryophytes are an ancient group of plants, and they don't have vascular systems, which is why they're nice and short. So you might, walk around the forest and think, oh, there's some moss. Or that's lichen, but you're not sure. Moss is a plant, it's green, and it grows high off the ground. Well, not high off, not very high, but at least about 1 centimeter or about 0.5 centimeter off the ground. Lichen is not a plant. Lichen is a symbiotic relationship between fungi, not a plant, and cyanobacteria, again, not a plant. And it is a careful concoction of which fungi, including types of yeasts, and which cyanobacteria are involved in order to create the fungi. So if you just take a fungi and cyanobacteria in a lab and you put it together, you're not going to get lichen. It's quite a careful concoction of those two things to create the lichen. It's estimated that 6% of the earth is covered in lichen. That is a lot. That is a lot of lichen. You see, the fungi can't photosynthesize, right? But the cyanobacteria can. And the cyanobacteria doesn't have structure and an anchor without the fungi. So it's a very intertwined relationship. So moss, plant, lichen, not a plant. Very, very interesting. Anyway, I'm going to keep on moving and I'm going to send you over to some lions.
Well, from lichens back to lions. We are still here monitoring the activity of this pride of lions. And Craig and I are actually starting to realize that we've committed the cardinal sin of driving over lion scat. There's actually an atrocious smell. The worst thing about it is that it follows you around if it's stuck to your wheels. But that shows us that these lions are busy digesting their food. They've been here for a while. And lion scat is so smelly because they've got a lot of bacteria, lots of different types of bacteria and sort of probiotics in their gut that helps to break down gristle and skin and bone of the animals that they eat. And predators in general have the same kind of digestive system, and what results is a very, very smelly scat. And these lions, they will even eat or scavenge on carrion as well, which is very, very rotten, very sort of, it's meat that would make a lot of other predators sick if they ate. So they have very, very strong digestive systems to combat that. It's amazing how that white of the belly stands out so much against the grass, compared to the top, or the tawny top side of them. So Gichigumi, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to it, but I do know that lions take a long time to digest their food. They'll take up to 3 days after they eat to digest their food completely, so that they're hungry enough to hunt again. But that being said, I'm not sure if it's just because of the sheer quantity of food that takes them so long to digest, because they eat many, many kilograms of food, up to 30 kilograms per lion in a single sitting, which, if you compare it to us, is much more in relation to how much we can eat. It's probably the equivalent of us eating 10 kilograms of steak, which is an incredible amount of food. No wonder it takes them so long to digest it. But in terms of how fast their metabolism is, I'm not too sure, but I will definitely do some research and get back to you, because that is a very interesting question. So Elsa, that's also a very interesting question. Elsa has asked, do lions ever throw up from eating too much? And they actually do. Sometimes they eat so much that they throw up their food, and I've seen lions throw up from being full, and they actually they ate their own vomit again and ate more of the carcass. They just have this incredible instinct to eat as much as they can, because they never really know when their next meal is going to be. And out here, survival is kind of the only thing that lions are focused on, and that's why they're such opportunists as well, because they never really know when their next meal is going to come. They could not hunt for another week. So to prepare for that possibility, they need to eat as much as they can when they can. So if they have a big wildebeest or buffalo carcass, for example, they will stay and eat as much of it as they possibly can until they throw up even. I've even seen lions feel so sick from eating a lot of meat that they've eaten grass to force themselves to throw up. And I don't know if you've ever seen perhaps a dog do this, or a cat eating grass. That's one of the ways that predators sort of trigger themselves to throw up. If they've eaten something that's making them feel sick, or if they've eaten too much of something, they'll eat grass. Their stomach will react badly to it, and it's sort of acts as kind of an enema to make them throw up and make them feel better. So Ellen, this is a pride that we know quite well. It hangs around Pinda Mountain Lodge, and it's got quite a big territory, probably about 8,000 hectares, and we refer to it as mountain pride. It's been around for quite a while. These lionesses are, well, these two lionesses that you can see here, I think are mother and daughter. So the mother she's a massive lion. I think she's about 11 years old. The daughter's about 4. And so this pride of lions has been on Pinda for quite a number of years. I'm not exactly sure, at least 8 years they've been a single core unit. And there's a breakaway from this pride of 2 lionesses that also hangs around in this area. Haven't quite established their own territory yet, but they have completely isolated from this pride. Now, look at those 2 lionesses now. Just lying amongst this grass with their legs up. And we're going to... So what we might do...
You can see, looks like these puddles inside the river do not only provide for the small birds that we've been seeing this afternoon, but also for the large animals there, like that young elephant bull. And he seems to be enjoying this water because it's been there for quite some time. So he's still a young bull. I'm surprised he's on his own. But then again, I think he could have just been kicked out of the herd. You can see if you look across his face there is some wet sand. I think he might have splashed that with his trunk earlier on, trying to cool himself down. I've noticed Gracie, you're asking how do elephants know where to dig for water. I was about to also say that I've noticed how these guys, when they find a little pen and the water is dirty, they like to dig their own wells next to that to get clean water. So they have that ability to smell water underground. Look at that with the trunk there. I think it's just playing around with the water. They have the ability to smell water underground, and they know if they smell it, it means it's not that deep, it's quite close. So they don't just dig and hope to find water. They can smell the water, and then they know where to dig. I think he's having a bit of fun. There's also a very cool breeze inside the river. Safari lover, you're asking if an elephant can get a toothache. Yes, it can, and I believe they do. And even if it gets something stuck in between their teeth, it can also be painful. So they do get those toothaches. Because you can imagine those teeth are as well connected to these jaws, and if it aches, then it's going to be painful for them as well. And you can see that not only will this portion of the river that is in provide water for him, there's also those reeds around there. I think there's both food and water in here. He must have either been really thirsty or he's been playing around with the water the whole time, because he's been drinking. Really, on the forehead, it is not a scar. It is wet sand that I believe this elephant would have splashed across its face before we got here. So I think he would have mixed a little bit of water with the sand in his trunk and splashed across his face just to cool himself down. You can see he was lifting up his trunk there to just catch a whiff of the air, maybe smell something in the air.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how Wild Earth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
All things elephants this afternoon, everybody. I hope you've got your questions ready. The reason we were waiting with those knobbed-billed ducks before was because the elephants were on their way towards us. This young bull right here who is pretending like he's not watching us. Anybody who's ever owned a horse knows that horses look backwards. And this elephant is indeed watching us quite closely. He's a young bull. His tail is showing that he's relaxed, and he is grazing. Now, we talk lots about ecology lately, and, well, there's a couple of massive things that we can talk about with elephants. Apart from their size, they obviously have an enormous ecological capacity. in this environment. First of all, they feed on grass. They rip up grass. They graze grass. They change the structure of the grass itself. They pull up roots. They pull up plant roots, flower roots. And in the process of doing that, the seeds and fruits and all of that from the flowers and the grasses all generally pass straight through the elephant's bottom because their digestive system's not very good. And all of those seeds and pods end up in a big pile of dung elsewhere. There's a multitude of organisms that rely solely on elephant dung for a lot of their food. Franklins, guinea fowl, dung beetles, many fly larvae or flies, larvae will process through the dung. So that is just from the primary producer, the grass vegetation, into the primary consumer, the elephant. It's a very bulk consumer. They're constantly eating. They're constantly taking the nutrients and the minerals of the grass and the trees and the plants, which are locked up in that vegetation. They're putting it through a process of fermentation, because their gut is all about, oh, what a big head shake you've got there. Their gut is all about fermentation, and then it's being deposited on the ground. And each elephant dung ball is an ecosystem entirely on its own, has its own ecological function, its own ecological outputs, and some organisms spend their entire lives and life cycles inside an elephant dung ball. Isn't that interesting? And that is on a very microcosmic sort of scale. Obviously, elephants moving through the landscape are quite obvious. It's very easy to see them. They leave footprints and create game paths. They dig in the mud. They move soil around, leading to pans and wallows, which other animals frequent. Animals such as buffalo and warthog, because the buffalo aren't really that capable of creating that wallow themselves. Elephants, through their digging with their foot, create it, and multitudes of large animals use it. But then don't forget the birds that use mud for building their nests. They will use those little wallows. The mud wasps, the mud dauber wasps, the potter wasps, many of the parasitoid wasps will all use little bits of mud. Obviously, a lot of it is from watering holes itself, but elephants in general out here would have created many of those water bodies. Carter, you want to know if they get skin rashes? Well, I've never seen a skin rash on an elephant. But, I'm sure there are certain things that can happen, but, they're quite tough. I think, it's all about allergies. A rash is about an allergy, isn't it? And I've never really seen an elephant with it, but they do definitely get itchy. They definitely do find them scratching. They love to rub their bottoms and their bodies up against the side of trees and against logs and little rubbing posts that are generated. Hello, Viv. Well, elephants are very much like humans in that regard. And, back in the day, we'd send our boys off to technical school and to the army at the age of 16 to technical school. And maybe to go get some of the young boys back in the day used to drop out of school at 16 to go and do an appies or apprentice course, a mechanics course or engineer course, whatever it might be. And then the army from 17, 18. So pretty much the same for elephants. They get to that sort of age when they need to be, there's something else needed. There's enough being done from the mother. They now need to go and learn a little bit of how boys are supposed to behave. And that's when they go off and they have to hang out with other boys and hang out with adult male elephants who put them in their place. Because when they're in a herd, They get away with murder for a while until mum says, okay, enough. You're starting to misbehave a bit too much. You're starting to show a little bit of sexual interest in females in your family. It's time to go. So generally from the age of 15 and up, elephant bull or elephant calf, I suppose you could call him, is an adolescent, becomes a teenager, then gets pushed away. But it takes a while before they accept that, and you'll often find the breeding herds moving. Like this gentleman here, he's a youngster still. He's only in his teens. The other one we were with before, also in his teens. So they're just on the outskirts of the herd. They know that the herd is nearby. They're not involved in the herd, but they're definitely following them, staying close by, feeling the comfort of knowing that mum is there if I need her. You know, it's just that separation anxiety for a point, until eventually a big bull comes along and he sort of grabs 3 or 4 of these young bulls and just puts his big meaty fat leg around them and says, come on boys, let's go for a walk. And then off they go. And then you get these big elephant bulls, often followed by many youngsters of varying ages. And in amongst those Askaris or bachelor bull herds, all of the dynamics and all of the behavioral traits and all of the ways of being an elephant bull are trained and learnt. And definitely in human society, that sort of eldership, that sort of man sort of challenge or sort of man into the wilderness sort of thing is definitely being lost. It's definitely something I'm trying to get into now, sort of getting men out there, and it'll definitely be something that needs to be started at an adolescent age. Young boys need to go out and hang out with other men and other adults to learn what is the role of men in society, and that's exactly what elephants do. So I think we need to learn from them once again. Well, Trish has caught up with the Juma clan. Let's go see who she's found.
Yes, I am with the famous Juma clan. I did not expect them to be out at this time. But what's nice about this den is that you can see if they're out or not from the road. And we just drove past and lo and behold, they were out. I'm quite happy that they are. We've got this tiny one here in Tima's busybody. Everyone else is lounging around, but not this one. No, no, no. He's too full of energy. I bet he keeps everybody else entertained. Got Ribbon's 2 boys, and at the back there is Corky's daughter. And in the front we have Heart, the one of her cubs. Lazy day at the den today, except for one who's not having such a lazy day, having a very busy day. Yeah, it's in the afternoon on a weekday. Can't be lazing about. The other day when we were watching here, he was doing the same thing. It almost looked like his head was going to get stuck between those 2 branches. Those are great chew toys. Keeps us so entertained. Are you trying to ring bark that tree? It's chewing on quite a nasty piece of work when it comes to the plant world. It's chewing on a black monkey orange. Or a strychnos plant. Strychnos because the fruits contain strychnine. but also the bark. Parts of the bark contain butene, which is not very good. But considering the robustness of these hyenas, I doubt we'll have a problem.
Yeah.
Although, little one, if I was your mother, you wouldn't be chewing on that. What's great about most poisons and poisonous plants, yes, because there are a few things that are great about this, you can usually taste that something's off. So it's likely that it would get deterred by some bitterness or something like that. Stuck in bed, you'd like to know if I think they have quite sharp teeth as cubs. I think definitely sharper than they do as adults. Even when you have a close-up of them, or when they come close to the vehicle and they try and bite stuff, I get to see them, and they definitely look sharper than the teeth of an adult. The adult's teeth are slightly more blunt. But that milk set of teeth will all be lost around 15 months, around the same time that they're weaned. But I do think it's sharper. Oh, the curiosity in this little bundle. Oh. Well, we're going to settle in here for a little while and see what happens. Have our patience pants on. Yes, some crazy things can happen at the den. Just takes a bit of patience. But we're going to send you over to Taylor now, because she, at Pridelands, would love to say hello.
Hello. Did I do that correctly? My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Niels, and we're here at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Tswalu Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger Park. Now, if you joined us on the sunrise safari this morning, you would have noticed that we started our bushwalk off with some scat. Today, we're starting it off with a pile of elephant dung as well. So just over here, you can see some elephant dung. Not very fresh, though. It doesn't look like it's from today. Probably yesterday, and it's covered with lots of flies at the moment. Now, if you look carefully over here, you might be able to see that there's a little bit of a depression. Can you see that? And there's another one over there. And that's because some dung beetle have been around, and they have actually excavated in this dung and created a nice round ball. I can hear the rustling in the grass of one. We probably won't get a view of that fella, but here is another one over here. And I don't know what it's doing right now. It's rolled this fantastic ball of dung, and now it's just taking a break. I suppose it probably takes it out of you. I'd be exhausted. Doesn't seem to be doing much at all. Now, we've discussed dung beetles in depth from every safari guide, and they're one of the most fascinating things to look at. Oh, here we go. Here's one on the move. Just over here. This is probably a much better sighting. So we know that dung beetles are appropriately named because of their fascination with dung. Predator dung, herbivore dung, it depends on the species. But this species of dung beetle, they typically just roll balls of herbivore dung, and in the case it's the elephant dung that we have seen. So they do use these balls of dung for lots and lots of different reasons. That was a big tumble. Now, most of the time, and I think in this case, where we just see a dung beetle rolling a ball away on its own, it could potentially be a food ball, maybe. Quite often what we do see is two dung beetles on one pile, one little ball like that, rolling away, and it's normally a male and a female. So they eat the dung. They will also roll these balls and take them away and bury them underground, where a female will lay an egg inside, and the larvae will eventually hatch and eat the surrounding, and then, well, start its life as a grub before it develops into a dung beetle, or into a beetle, should I say. Males will also present females with gifts of balls of dung. So they're very, very important. However, I think it might be quite late in the season for much breeding to sort of be going on. So I suspect these might be maybe food balls, although that's quite a generous size. The dung beetle that was sort of just relaxing at the moment, taking a break, that looks like a better size. I'm so sorry. Can I please just have that question one more time? I missed it. I was talking too loudly, so I didn't hear it very clearly. And then we have a dead dung beetle as well, while I wait for that question to come through. Birdie. Now, Birdie, you're commenting on the fact that those balls are completely round. They are perfectly round. This dung beetle has died. As you can see, nothing has squashed it. It's almost perfectly intact. And you can actually see the beautiful colors now on the underside up, is to not look at the ants that are crawling around on here, making use of this meal. It almost looks like there's an antenna moving around, but it's one of the ants. Now, I'm just trying to see if I can see any mites, which is something really unique. And well, I suppose mites are not unique. You can see them on lots and lots of different insects. Aha! There are mites. Now, I'm very sorry, dead dung beetle, but thank you for being so cooperative. Luckily, the joints are not too stiff, so I think this thing might have died fairly recent. Okay, apologies for my dirty... Are you still alive? I don't know if this dung beetle is completely dead yet, but it's been upside down for quite some time. If you look into this gap, I'm going to actually grab a piece of grass. If you look in there, there's a tiny little white thing, or yellow in color, where the ant has just walked past. That is a mite. All the way, just trying to feed inside, or in the little gaps between the hard exoskeleton, because that's very, very tough. And of course, when you're a dung beetle and you're rolling balls around and you're constantly bashing about, your entire body needs to sort of be like a hard hat. So they've got very, very tough exoskeleton them from all the tumbles that they may take. But that's super interesting. All those little mites, parasites on other insects, is not always something that you get to see because insects are obviously quite small. Oh, awesome. I'm going to put it back down now, though. Actually, before I put the dung backwards, because Harvey has got a question about how do they push the dung backwards. Okay, so Harvey, there is the dung beetle, right way up, as you can see. You can see these front legs over here. Look at them, how they've got these beautiful serrated edges to them. Now, that's really, really useful for separating dung and also pushing it all together. Those front legs are also going to help push them forward, so they're very, very powerful. So essentially, as you saw when that dung beetle, or when a dung beetle does move dung around, they essentially are doing this, and they're controlling the ball of dung with these back legs over here. Let me turn it over now. Now you can see they are very well developed. They've just got 6 legs, not 8 legs like spiders do. And they've also got tiny little hooks on the inside too. I would imagine that that would really help to the dung ball control it. You've seen not all dung beetles are very agile when it comes to rolling dung around. So these front legs are very, very powerful and really help propel themselves in a backward motion. It's amazing that that's how dung beetles move around. Anyways, I'm going to put this beetle down back on the ground so the ants can indeed finish it off. Enjoy your meal. Sorry, dung beetle, that you have not quite made it. And we're not going to move very far because I think there's some buffalo up in the distance. But while we go and relocate on the buffalo, if we go to Pinda, and they're staring into the water.
Well, welcome back to And Beyond Pinda, everyone. And we have left the Pride of Lions that we were with a little bit earlier. And we've come to spend some time at this beautiful watering hole. And at the moment, Craig, with his eagle eyes, has actually just spotted us a frog, which is just poking its nose or at the top of its head above the water's surface. And these, I don't know if you can hear in the microphone, there's these beautiful bubbling noises, which sounds like drops of water falling and echoing. These are bubbling casino frogs calling, and they're all calling around the fringes of this dam at the moment, advertising themselves to each other, because this is the time that frogs will use to attract a mate and breed with each other. It's very, very difficult to find these frogs normally, so to spot one is quite lucky, even though you can't see the entire frog. And they're actually able to call from being half submerged like that. They can make that noise that they're making by blowing up their gula sac, which is their throat basically, and make that noise by sort of expelling air from their throat pouch. It's an amazing sound. And there's actually quite a lot going on at this dam at the moment. Just behind these frogs, there's a massive crocodile. If you can see, I think we're going to battle to see. There we go. The beautiful, well, a massive crocodile with just the head poking out as well. And it's spending quite a lot of time in the corner of this dam. And what I think it's doing, because normally a crocodile would be quite timid of the vehicle being so close to us. We're about 20 meters away from it. I think it's actually got a nest on the banks close to where we are now, and it's hanging around here trying to protect its eggs. So I think it is probably a female crocodile, but it's phenomenal how it looks like just a dead log, completely motionless in the water. As Craig pans to the back, you'll also notice another crocodile on the water's edge, towards the back of our screen. This one is actually lying down on the waterhole's bank. It may have been trying to catch some last rays of sun before this overcast weather came in, to recharge itself, to absorb some of the sun's energy. Because crocodiles are exothermic. They're not able to make their own heat within their cellular processes. They have to get most of their energy from the sun's rays. So that's what that crocodile was doing. I'm quite sure that because it's cold now, it might think about getting back into the water where it probably is still a little bit warm from the sun's rays itself. There's also a few hippos, a little pod of hippos that is sort of surfacing and going underneath the water just to the right. You can see there's 4 hippos, and I wonder if you can spot the small, tiny little hippo calf that's amongst them. It's not very often that you get such a close-up visual of a hippo. You can actually see the bristles on its nose. Have a look at those whiskers. Just like many other mammals, they have whiskers that grow out of their nose. And you can still hear the sound of these bubbling casino frogs echoing around this waterhole. It's amazing that such a tiny, tiny animal can create such a loud sound, dominating this whole scene. Wow, lots of action at this waterhole. I think we're going to spend a little bit more time here and see what else unfolds. And for now, we are going to sit put and see what this waterhole brings us.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially sub-adults and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Welcome back to Djuma. Our big female with no tusks has finally come out to join us. Slowly but surely the herd is emerging. Excuse me. Excuse me for sneezing. Now she looks like she's pregnant. She's quite a bloated belly, and her youngster that was with her before is looking at about 3 or 4. Beatrice, they don't really look hairy, but if you ever got too close or you're able to touch their skin, there's very sharp bristles all over the body. But it doesn't look that obvious, but they are there. Doesn't stand out very much on the grey complexion. But there are lots of little hairs on the body of an elephant, around the ears, on the back. They're very sharp and spiky. She's beautiful. She's a big mama. So she won't get any bigger than she is, but the sort of indentations around her forehead start to get a little bit more pronounced. There's no more growing to be had. The bulls obviously get a lot bigger than the females do, but she's probably at her maximum weight now due to pregnancy and due to being at the end of the summer season. It's possible that she actually might be due to drop that baby soon, because they don't want to drop their babies in the winter. Obviously, sometimes they don't have a choice, but the sort of timing of elephant breeding is 22 months after conception, and many of them try to mate about this time so as to drop them in the early summer, which from an ecological point of view makes a lot of sense because there's lots of food around, abundance of food in fact. Here comes the little youngster, little boy. Dinner plates, I'm almost certain they would survive in Asia, but they haven't evolved there. The two species were once upon a time one, no doubt. One type of organism that evolved slightly differently due to the climate and availability of the food. As far as I'm aware, the Indian elephant feeds almost exclusively on grass, papyrus-like grass, sort of like sedges and reeds, which the African elephant definitely has the potential to feed on. But they just have very slight differences in their morphology because of where they come from. They're quite adaptable. But in saying that, they would very likely need to have some form of dung transfer. Let me move forward here for us. If you don't know what I mean, something known as coprophagy. They would probably need to eat some of the dung of a local elephant that side, so as to give them the necessary gut enzymes to break down the local food. So I think if that took place, and elephants do that naturally, especially youngsters will eat the dung of their mother early on in life so as to get all of those enzymes. It's like a probiotic. If you've ever been feeling ill and you've gone on antibiotics and your whole body clock's just not working, we eat a lot of yogurt, we take probiotics, we get all of the gut enzymes and microorganisms in the body back into sync. And many animals actually do that naturally on their own by physically eating their mother's poo. I know that sounds quite amazingly gross, everybody, but in all honesty, in most human childbirth, natural childbirth situations, there would be a small amount of fecal transfer. Just sort of what happens in the process. Nikonova, I haven't physically seen twins in elephants. I think it is possible. We once saw an elephant here that had two very young ones together. But I don't know categorically if it is a thing. Two youngsters in the belly, it's heavy. That's 200 kilograms of baby in your belly. It'd be quite something. It's not impossible. I'm just not 100% sure. I've never seen a female drop two babies. I've never actually seen an elephant drop a baby. Maybe today's our day. Let's carry on around the corner. They're moving through. The whole herd is still moving this way. I hope to catch more of them. So far, it's just been those four. Let's go back this way. Turn around that side. It's very, very saturated road, this one. Okay, well, we're going to carry on with our elephants, so keep sending through your questions, or we'll send you over to Trish with the Djuma clan.
Slowly, everybody is starting to rise. Oh, I'm just having the time of my life watching them. So much of playing going on. So that's why I'm just going to not say much, just watch what they're doing. Occasionally laugh, but keep on sending your questions through. Oh, that's very mean. She sat on top of this little one's head. Hi, Tavi. Thank you for joining us. You'd like to know if they're going to stick together forever? They won't. They are obviously not human like us, where we need to stick together, but also the males disperse. So the females will stick within the clan. Remember, our Juma clan, like all hyena clans or spotted hyena clans, are matriarchal. So the females will stay within their clan, and the males will all disperse. The males don't have to disperse, because when they're within their clan, at least they enjoy the ranking of being a resident clan male, an actual clan male. But once they join a different clan, they'll start way at the bottom as an immigrant male. That looks very painful. And if you start as an immigrant male, you're the worst of the lot. You're not going to get access to food or shade like anyone else. You'll often see them by themselves because they've got to fend for themselves, but they'll still be part of the clan. But the benefit of being an immigrant male is that you're able to mate. So if the males don't disperse, they won't be able to mate within the clan. And if you can't mate, well, then there's not much more biological purpose. So they won't stick together. Maybe the males might disperse to a similar clan. Maybe if there's a nearby clan called the EP clan or the Elephant Plains clan. And the Elephant Plains clan, say the two of them or two of the males decide that they're going to disperse to a nearby clan and they disperse to that clan, maybe they'll disperse together and they'll stick together in that sense. But otherwise, they won't stick together. Also remember, they'll disperse at different times. So this really young one, it's going to be a while until he disperses. But ribbons too. It's a little less time before they disperse. It feels like they were just born the other day, but they're already a year already. Charlotte, you say it's so nice to see the little spots starting to emerge on the tiniest one. That really is nice. Well, that tiniest one is almost 3 months, so the spots are bound to emerge. But it is really nice to see that happen. It kind of gives you a nice reminder about their growth, especially when we see them often. We see them every day, much like kids. You see a kid every day and you forget how much they grow every day. But I like when the spots reveal themselves, because it reminds you just how much time has passed, when it seems like just yesterday all of them were born. Stuck in bed was asking about the teeth before, whether I think they're sharp, and I said that when we see the teeth revealed, we'll have a look, because they are. Shami Ann, you'd like to know if Heart is missing the tip of her left ear. She's certainly missing the tip of her right ear, but that's always been the case. But she does have a new cut on her left ear. But I wouldn't say that the tip is missing. She's just got a little bit of a cut on her left ear. But the tip of her right ear, that has been like that for a while. That's what makes her very easy to identify. Her little girl is suckling there. Kingarika. Oh, who's coming? Who's coming? Who's coming? Somebody's coming. So if you see there, Heart's got a new little cut there on the left ear, but it's not missing. That was the reaction that I would expect when another hyena is coming along, so I wouldn't be too surprised if somebody else is probably making their way here from the other den. Oh, it's time for the squealing. Give me the milk. Hi, Moat. I hope I got your name right. You'd like to know if the hyena's tongue is smooth like a dog's or rough like a cat's. It's quite rough. Not that I've ever had one lick me, thank goodness. But I have seen it up close and personal, especially for some reason they like to lick near the pedals of the car. And I have seen it, and it is quite rough looking. And that makes sense considering all the things that they managed to get that tongue onto. Oh no. They're ganging up. Small, medium, and large. It's all fun and games until somebody gets injured. And we hear that piercing squeal of theirs, of the cubs when someone gets hurt. Oh, bless you, heart. Hi, Dion. You'd like to know why I love hyenas so much? I think because they were the first animal that I resonated with when I first started guiding. And also because they were cubs when I first started. So automatically, because it's cubs and it's cute, you kind of get sucked in. And that's when I started to learn just how complex their social structure is, as well as their senses and their whole biology. And that interested me a lot, especially the form. The fact that the males and females look so alike, even sexually. That really interested me. How could it be? How did that happen? And learning about all the different hormones and chemically what was going on in their body during development, evolutionary-wise, all of that really, really interested me. I particularly like evolutionary biology, as well as, I'm a biologist, so any biology, but evolutionary biology is really interesting to me, why things are the way they are and how they came to be this way. And hyenas are so unique in their biology that it was especially interesting. And then that's what first gripped me. Oh, well, the cuteness first gripped me. Secondly, the actual science gripped me. And then thirdly, I got to know them, and I got to know this clan on a personal level. So it kind of ticked all the boxes for me. And hyenas have a very special place in my heart. No, heart, I'm not calling out your name. And just watching them interact with each other and watching the different behaviors. Like last night when we were sitting here, I watched Ribbon walk away with one of her boys. I couldn't see who it was. And it kind of reminded me, and I couldn't see which of the boys it was. It was at night, and he was screaming and squealing because he was feeding, and then Ribbon got up and walked away. So there was a whole lot of this tantrum, basically, that was happening, and she walked away with him in tow, screaming at her that he wants to to continue to feed. And she reminded me of that, like, you know, a mum in the mall. I wonder if my mum's ever been through this with me. But when you're a mum at the mall and the child just won't stop with the tantrum, and the mum's almost, there's nothing you can do, and she's just walking and dragging the child. That's what it looked like. And it's those little behaviors that are just so interesting to watch, because it's almost, it resonates with you on a human level, because it looks familiar. And there have been plenty of that. Oh, look at that. Don't bite the tail off. Gosh. Jean was just saying you guys play so rough. So roughly. My favorite Jean is when they grab the tail and like swing off it, and you think, my goodness, how is it still attached? Or the ear. You see them grab onto ears, but that's how the hyenas end up with the ears that they have, so that we can recognize them. Painful, yes, but definitely helpful as they get older. I'm just glad I haven't seen, considering how often their very sensitive areas are dangling about. I'm very, very happy that I've never seen one of these cubs grab on to any of that and pull, because that looks excruciating. And like I've said, considering how much we see all their parts, I'm very surprised that hasn't happened, and very thankful that I haven't had to see it. Looks like we have an upside down hyena on the left. Can't even see which way is up, actually. Oh, there we go. There we go. They really do play rough, but they remind me of growing up with older siblings. There you go, you can see those sharp teeth. Oh, so much fun to be had at the den. Well, let me now send you over to Taylor in Pridelands. She's on bushwalk. Oh, never mind. Never mind, you're sticking with me. That's okay. Still lots of fun. It would be nice to see Corky come round. I've seen her, but just briefly, coming in and out, but not today. It'd be nice if she could come round, and if June could come round, and of course if Ribbon could be here. Then we'd have everyone here for a big family gathering. All right, well, I'm going to send you now over to Steve while we stick around here and enjoy these hyenas.
With the elephants eating. This little one is giving us a hard time. I love it when they give us a hard time. Young boy. Typical. Something known as displacement feeding. See, his tail is he's not happy. So he eats a little bit. You see how he's looking left to right to us? Left to right. His head is very agitated. He's picking up sticks, throwing them around. Bashing through the bushes because he's a big elephant. And it works, because I mean, a moment ago when he sort of semi-charged us, And Paul was like, hey, Steve, he's coming. So it works. If you don't know, then now he's going to have a bit of fun with his friend or cousin over there. The objective of an elephant standing tall and ears spread and running towards you is supposed to be frightening to most animals. Unfortunately, everybody, with elephants, especially young elephants, if you run away from them, it becomes a game. It becomes a game. Let me move up there. Obviously, if it's a big female or a big male who's giving you a hard time, you should check yourself for where you've been. You should have seen the signs a long time ago. But if it's a young bull like this one, an adolescent, just switch off and just enjoy, because he knows when mum does that, everybody runs away from him. But when he does it, if you do run away, it becomes a very cool game, and he will chase you all day long. All day long. So the female of this herd, the adult female, has no tusks, but we notice all of the youngsters in the herd have all got tusks. Sorry, Elton, you're going to have to repeat that question there for me. I didn't quite get what Kerry, age 12, was saying. But so it's evident that the genetics are passed on from the bulls that she's mated with over the years, because she doesn't have tusks, but they do. Kerry, age 12, you want to know if they can get stones and twigs stuck? Well, I suppose it's possible, but it's like a very, very big pipe. If the stones go in, they can blow it out again. There's a lot of force that they can push. I've had many elephants pick up sand and dirt and actually throw it at me. I've had them pick up sticks and throw it at me. That's really fun when they do that. It's really, really fun. It's very cheeky when they do it. Very cheeky when they do it. So the big mum is still coming. There's definitely were two herds that we were with earlier, but this seems to be the splinter group. So, Kerry, it's a massive big pipe. I've never seen one getting anything stuck, but because they've got such a big nasal capacity up here, they could probably, there we go, they could probably blow it out. He's eating some dung. Is he eating dung there? Ah, it's eating some wood. Some bark, some wood. Oh, it looks like a tuber, actually. Someone's dug out the ground, or I don't think that youngster's just dug it out the ground in the last couple of minutes. So the diggings for tubers like that also lead to cavities in the ground, which eventually lead to little mud wallows. There you can see the dirt that he's throwing on top of himself. That eventually gets bigger and bigger. Accumulation of water, it's a little microclimate for some insects, a frog perhaps in the rainy season. Oh, excuse you. Oh, he's digging again. See how they use their foot front and backwards. Toes, picking up the dirt, throwing it on his head. You wonder sometimes if they know why they do it, if it's just something to do. Mum does it, so let me do it. So that is disturbance, everybody. It's a natural disturbance, we find out here, which changes the ecology of that very specific area. It turns the roots over, it removes whatever vegetation could be there. Makes it exposed to the sunshine, possibly exposed to more erosion. So it's a dynamic change in that specific spot. And where their dung falls is also change in that spot, because there's a nutrient recycling that takes place with the insects, the dung beetles, the termites. So where the elephant takes away, they also put back an enormous amount. Their damaging of the trees through their feeding often seems indiscriminate, often seems like they just break things and throw them down. But in permaculture, which is sustainable agriculture, one of the most important philosophies is cut and drop. When you're pruning a tree, everything from that tree gets cut and dropped down onto the floor right where that tree exists. And so elephants do a lot of that. They damage trees, big branches, whole lot of leaves off of a tree, and then they break it and damage it and drop it right on the ground at the base of the tree. So what looks like damage to that tree is actually eventually going to be nutrients recycled back into the soil that plant will be able to utilize. At the same time, you can see where that one branch is hanging down on the ground in front of the elephant. That is probably damaged by an elephant. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. The nutrients of that tree will eventually go back into the soil. But while it's doing so, it creates a microclimate on the floor. You can see how the grass around it there's a bit longer. It protects a little bit against herbivore grazing. It provides a sort of shelter for small birds, small mammals, lots of insects that feed off of the wood, insects that are then influenced by the shade that the branch is producing, plants that are influenced by the shade. The branch itself catches seeds, becomes a nursery for plants, increasing the shade once again. This rattling cesticula is very angry with life. And so where they take away everybody, they are constantly giving back.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumbo crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth.
We're still enjoying our time here at the den, but it seems that only two were still involved in the rough and tumble. The others have quietened down. Oh, the one's getting involved. I want to actually swing around and have a look at the old den and see if anybody's still there, because June and her were there. Last I saw, in fact, I saw Corky there once too. But Corky's cub is here, so. But also Corky's been known to keep some distance. Like
I remember when we looked at the sunset yesterday. It was just amazing, and to think that each single day it comes out differently. And if you have a look, you can see there's that dead tree over there. Looks like there's quite a lot of activity. There's some birds that are busy flying around. I think they also might be enjoying the beautiful view from up there. And you can see in the distance, way over there in the back, we have that beautiful mountain range of the Drakensberg mountain. And just the color on the clouds there is incredible. Guys, I must say this is very beautiful. Debbie, I agree with you. The silhouette there is beautiful. It is absolutely stunning. That's why whenever there's an opportunity like this, especially out here, where there isn't a lot of clouds in the sky or a lot of cloud cover, because I know most of the people are often caught up with work or other priorities, preoccupied with this and that, and I just think it's worth taking that opportunity, if an opportunity like today presents itself, to just enjoy the sunset. Something about a sunset, it almost calms you down a bit. We'll see, I think that color might also change when the sun hides behind that cloud. And you can see the sun rays, if you look carefully just there. Linda, I could not have said it better myself. The colors there are just stunning. And I agree with you completely. It's also nice to actually just take a moment and listen. You can still see a lot of birds on that dead tree, busy hopping up and down. And I think that dead tree could not have been in a better place. It's actually almost as if it's in the right place. Lindsay, at this time, you can hear all the bird sounds beautifully. It is the best time. Early mornings and these afternoons here. It's almost as if everything comes to life. Would you look at that? I know you guys might not be able to see this, but there's quite a lot of birds in the background calling there. There's red-billed buffalo weavers, there's magpie shrikes, there's testiculars, there's fork-tailed drongos. It is just amazing. can see in the silhouette, this bird should be a bit easy for you guys to identify. If you look at the shape of the bill, and you look at the shape of the head, also quite a famous bird. It is a hornbill. This is beautiful, guys. This is just amazing. Belenzana, I think you might have just found the words right there to put it all together. Because I don't think anybody has ever had the paintbrush to paint what you guys are looking at right now. Nature certainly has ways of revealing its beauty, and this is one of them. Bailey, you asking why are these birds so loud at this time of the day? So they've been active throughout the entire day, and now that the sun is about to go down, they are all flying back to their territories. So remember, also birds are territorial. They move more or less in their territory. So what they also do in the evenings is they would just make these calls as a way to reclaim their territory or announce their presence in their territory. Sometimes it is just to celebrate having made it through that one day. Certainly nice to just have a look at this whenever we can. So I think while we wait here for a little while, we'll send you guys to Trishala with the hyenas that side.
There is the setting sun just escaping to the west there behind some bushes. We just managed to catch it. Now we have these two looking like they're in a wrestling match and they're going around each other. Pushing, shoving. And little one wanting in on this. Corky's cub. She really knows how to kind of be on the same level as the older cubs. I hope that what I imagined, wish didn't happen, didn't just happen. Look at her, she can really keep up, and this little one, Ntima's little boy, I think that he's also keeping up with all of them very, very well. I think that's the benefit of having all these older siblings around, or older playmates, siblings, cousins, whatever you want to call it, friends. you can grow up a little bit faster than the rest, or you develop a little bit faster than the rest. You can see that in Tima's little boy, he's starting to develop the shaking of the head, grab and shake, kind of like a dog would. Oh no, your friend's gone through the bush. Now what? I'm gonna go ahead too. Hi, Lacey. You'd like to know if there's any brown hyenas in the Sabi Sands? I think there were rumors, but I certainly haven't seen any. I don't know of any sightings, especially not of late. But there was a rumor of one in or around Hoedspruit, specifically in the Sabi Sands. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not something that's common, and not even something you hear of occasionally. It's something you don't hear of, but there's always rumors that there may be one or two around. The most recent rumor I heard was the one about Hoedspruit, which is our nearest big, I say big in parentheses, big-ish town. But spotted hyenas is certainly the most prolific in this area of hyena species and of predators. I love how we can go from that endearing sight of heart nursing her cub back to this rough and tumble. It's like you're seeing all parts of the hyenas, all different types of behaviors. Corky's cub is now kind of walking, pointing her bottom downwards so that her tail doesn't get snatched up by Ntima's little boy. Hi, Vinvin. You'd like to know if hyenas have a higher pain threshold than other animals? That is an impossible question to answer because pain is a very, very subjective, and it's also very much a human concept. Whether they feel, whether they have, whether there's an effect on their nerves, definitely they have an effect on their nerves, but whether it is interpreted as pain in the same way as we interpret pain is a completely different discussion on philosophy and perception. So I have no idea if they have a higher threshold than other animals. They certainly feel pain by a biological definition of pain, that is to feel something that is carried by your nerves that would indicate that something is wrong. They would definitely feel that, but the pain threshold is something that's very, very subjective. It may certainly look that way. It's very easy to understand what you're seeing in a human context, but it's also very important to remember the differences. In fact, how you feel pain is completely different to how somebody else does. And that pain threshold also very, very different. And that varies from individual to individual, nevertheless from species to species. Also, I've been played with rough like this. Perhaps I haven't been bitten on the neck, but my brother did a couple things to me. He used to watch wrestling, you see, and I was a little sister. So it was not too far off from this. At least it didn't bite me or rip my ear. But there's also little things that you've gone through in your life, like many of you have had ear piercings and had them when you're quite little. At the same developmental age as probably these guys. But you got through it. So then is your pain threshold comparable? See, so many questions, so many things to think about. That little sausage with its short little legs just can't keep up. Hi, Darcy Ann. You say that you love how the older cubs are kind of gentle and play with the little ones and they're all inclusive. It really is lovely. Seems that they all have good relationship, or good, again, relationship used in the term, in the animal sense. Actually, Darcy Ann, now that I've got you here and that you're watching, you had you had that question the last time about the giant plated lizard and it dropping its tail, and I said I would check for you if it was correct, because I'd seen it referenced in one of my books and not in the other, and it is. So I've seen it referenced now across the research that I've been doing, and they certainly do drop their tails. They will first inflate their tail. Firstly, if you just tuned in, I'm not talking about the hyenas, I'm just referring to Darcy Ann's question that she had previously about plated lizards dropping their tails, and they certainly do. And though the tail may have bone with different fracture sections where it can drop off, once it grows back, it does not have bone, it's just cartilage. So, thank you, Darcy Ann, for continuing to watch so I could answer that question and put through your comment here. Oh. Again, it looked like someone was about to arrive. But we're just going to keep an eye out and see what happens, if it's another animal or if it's another hyena. Either way, exciting evening at the den.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Tswalu Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything Wild Earth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I'm so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank Wild Earth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
I'm Nikki here at Ambion Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Well, it's starting to get a little bit dark, so we moved on from our elephants and trying to find a space to get into Buffelshoek because, well, we'd like to be with the lions, seeing as we're in a signal spot this morning. They've been around every day the last week, but they've always been in an area that we're just not able to broadcast from. So where they were this morning, we were able to broadcast, and sorry, I'm bored, this road is a little bit rough. But unfortunately, no one has been there for the last while. So we've been trying to get a space to get in, and so we don't know if they're going to be in the same spot. So we're going to try. We're going to try find them. If they've moved, they were definitely hungry, so I've been chatting with the guys for quite some time about someone being there. Let's see, maybe we'll be lucky. We're about 3-4 minutes away. On this very bumpy road that Paul loves so much. You do, hey Paul? No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. Heather, you have a good feeling about this. Well, I'm not sure what I'm feeling. I'm feeling excited, but also the fact that no one's been with them for the last hour and a half is a concern for me. But let's hold fingers and thumbs. And where does that term come from? Hold thumbs. What on earth does this do? What on earth does that do? I don't really know. It's uncomfortable and awkward. Hold thumbs. Suppose you don't think about much when you're holding thumbs because you're thinking, this is so awkward. What am I trying to remember to do? So their general direction was south. Let's do a quick test of the air. Very soft, coming from the sort of southish west direction.
Can you update us on the telemarketing, please?
Yeah, so someone is now asking about them because they were left open. But it's unfortunately when you get to this time of night, if you're not with a leopard or a lion and they move, to go through the process again of finding them involves an enormous amount of luck. Some skill, of course. We're going to be in Buffelshoek very soon. This is the last little stretch uphill. Excuse me, I just listened to the radio for an update. Okay, so no one actually knows where they are, so this is going to be... Let's do this. You ready? You ready? The stations I'm crossing into Buffelshoek, gotta go. We ready? Let's do it. I got faith. We got lots of luck on our side. We got some skill, more luck than skill sometimes. And those lions were very hungry, everybody. So I'm feeling like we're going to have some activity this evening. We're going to find them right now. They're going to be walking in the road. They're going to be going, "Roar, let's eat." Something like that. Juma, Buvasuk. Here we go. Okay, so because no one's there, we're going to have to track. Jay asked about the heat. Were they moving during the heat? Is that what you said? If that's what you said, then they wouldn't have moved. There's part in the heat if an animal walks into them. It's a distance thing, Jay. It's a distance thing. 20 meters in the heat is far. Animals are going to pretty much walk right up onto them, and then in the heat, the animals are also quite vigilant about where they walk. But it's not impossible. I've seen lions hunting in the middle of the day. It does happen, but it does require a fair amount of energy. Depending on how hungry they are. Are they hungry enough to overcome the heat? Sometimes they wait. They can just wait another few hours. But that's why when it starts getting slightly cool like this and they're hungry, they're going to be up almost immediately. Almost immediately. Okay, well, we're going to try and find our telematis. We're going to send you over to Pinda, who's already found a cat.
Wow, everyone, welcome back to And Beyond Pinda. Welcome back to And Beyond Pinda. Look what we found in the dying moments of the day, this beautiful male lion. I don't know if you saw that its head was up. It's just been roaring, trying to contact call or trying to make contact with its brother. This is one of the dominant males of the south of Pinda, and normally he is dominant with his brother, who he spends most of his time with, but now he's alone, and he's got up from where he was resting this morning, and he's trying as best he can to relocate his brother, and one of the ways that he does that is to roar. He'll roar and roar, a sound that carries sometimes over 8 kilometers, and when his brother hears him, he'll roar back, and then they'll be able to make their way towards each other. So let's stick by and see if he roars any more for us. Sadie, I cannot agree more. It is man in the bush by far. It's such a resounding noise that you can actually feel the sound hitting you in your chest. It's the most amazing sound. So let's cross fingers. He seems like he's having a bit of a rest now, but I think if we give him a few minutes, he might try another roar. And look how he's found, amongst this grassland, he's found a big flat rock to lie on. I think he's done that because there might be some residual heat from the sun. And it's getting quite cool now as the temperature or the evening comes. The darkness is approached, and he's using that rock for warmth and also probably just to get out of the grass, because there's lots of ticks in the grass at the moment after all the rains we've had. It's a nice little spot to have a quick rest before he keeps on going, and I'm sure he will keep going because he's been resting the whole day, and lions spend most of their evenings active walking around. Male lions will patrol their territory. This male lion will try and find his brother, and then maybe try and find females to mate with, because there have been some females, a pride of females that was seen in the area this morning. We actually had a look at them earlier this afternoon, not too far away. So, there's a very interesting question coming in, and the question is, what is the difference between roaring and sawing? So roar to the sound that lions make, and it's only a sound that is made by lions. It's a very deep from the chest. I'm not quite sure if it's made by the vocal cords or from the chest, because there is a lot of chest to it. But sawing is a sound that is made by leopards. It's the name that we give to the sound that they make when they're territorial and when they vocalize. Oh, look, he's trying to bite flies. So sawing is it's a completely different sound. A saw going through rough wood, and it's made in the leopard's throat, and it's not nearly as loud. It doesn't carry nearly as far as a lion's roar. See how dark this lion's mane is. He is a fully grown... Listen. This is one of the most half-hearted roars I've ever heard. He's trying to motivate himself for a roar, but I think he's just a little bit tired at the moment. Maybe after this rest he'll be a little bit more sort of willing to roar properly and find his brother. But we are going to stick around for a little bit while the light is still here. But for now, we're going to send you off to another location.
Am I half an elephant? They're moving quite steadily, actually, towards the den. You would notice that I'm no longer at the den. It's because Hearts got up and left. So we did too. I'm just going to reverse a little bit, see if we can manage to see these bulls. It's a couple of big bulls following a herd. And they are fighting, which is lovely to see. I think there might be a gap. Oh, no. Let's try this gap. Just wait for them through here. They'll probably come through that area there. Dichi Gooby, hello. You'd like to know if I've ever seen an elephant stampede? No, I haven't. I can imagine it must be quite a thing. The ground must shake because there's such a force. But no, I have not seen an elephant stampede. In fact, I'm actually pressed to think of a situation in which they would. They may run quickly and try to get away from an area, but I can't imagine them being so unaware of themselves for them to stampede in a way that we understand it. Let us turn around, see if we can manage to catch them. Buffalo thorn. Maybe that's what chased Heart away. Because she just got up and she was like, she left. Maybe the elephants were not to her liking. It looks like we'll have to wait before we can catch up with them because they're still quite deep into the block. I'm so glad that there's so many elephants around all of a sudden after, like a week of hardly seeing them, or at least I was hardly seeing them, although I did at Chitwa very briefly. But we've had some excellent elephant sightings these last 2 days. Maybe they'll go to the dam. Susie, you'd like to know if I've ever seen an elephant give birth? No, I haven't seen an elephant give birth. The most unique thing I've seen with elephants... Ooh! Hello, green pea spider! The most unique thing I've seen with elephants is an elephant's mating, which was something you don't see often. Look at it! It's a green pea spider pushing its abdomen up into the air. It's going to create a little ball of silk, very, very light silk. And the slightest breeze is going to catch that silk. There, it's picking it back up. Didn't work that time. The slightest breeze is going to catch that silk, and it's going to land on the nearest tree or something like that. And then the spider's going to use it to kind of zip line away. Let's watch. Oh, I love watching them do this because you don't see a thing. You can't see the silk. It's just that all of a sudden something is happening. There we go. Try again. Try again. There you go. Abdomen up. There's a bit of a breeze there. Did it work? No, not working. Not working. It's going to happen. You can do it. Now it's pick the edge where it's more likely to find a nice breeze. Oh, there's an excellent view of the spinnerets, though. Can you do it? Can you do it before we have to send you to Steve? Well, not you, green pea spider, but the audience to Steve? No. Looks like there's no breeze for it to catch. Oh well, let me send you over to Steve. He's found what he's been looking for this evening.
We have indeed, and the lines have spread out. We've got a visual of 3 of them. There were alarm calls coming from in front of us. Just everybody be very ready. Impalas are shouting in front of us, which means lions have gone around to try and chase them in this direction. We are joined by another vehicle. These lions are going to wait. Impala are not far. Just as a pre-warning, if anything does happen, the lions do catch one. Can be quite violent, and it's not for sensitive viewers, so just in case that does happen, often the chances are quite low, but this is the perfect time. These lionesses here know what they're doing. They are waiting for the runners that have gone around to chase the impala back and towards the thickets here. But they're not looking very interested. There's not that much intention. They're obviously not as hungry as we thought, but they are patient. I don't want to expend too much energy. You can probably hear those impalas shouting in the background. Now it's possible that the impala are actually looking at the individual that we have got standing up now, and that's why they're losing interest. If they were shouting at other lions, these ones wouldn't be so brazenly showing themselves. But there is some hooves moving. Clary, you love these moments. It is the expectation and anticipation can really be quite something. Imagine you could live your life in that moment of expectation for the moment. You know, lions, leopards only have a 20% success rate, and yet they still survive, they still get by, they're still happy with life. Any one of you stands up and says you've only got 20% success rate, you don't want to tell your friends that. You don't want to tell anybody that. That's such a low rate. We're so judged on the value of 20. And actually, what's wrong with 20? You know, we get a lot of things wrong in life. Get a few things right. Getting the same thing wrong again and again. Okay, learn from that. But getting things wrong right the first time every time, no one does that. No one does that, so we shouldn't put ourselves up against other people. Jerome, it's all about being able to still see the lion. So if they shout at the lion or the leopard, they can still see it. They know where it is. As soon as they can't see it, they panic and they run. It's like the thief in the night, you know. If you can't see him, he's dangerous. When you do see him, he's not dangerous. He's obviously still dangerous, but the threat that he poses is now one that you can see. Now there's movement happening over there. That lion's changed its intensity now. There's every possibility that the impala might have been shouting at another group of lion. There were 6 of them here this morning. There's only 4 in this group. Laid out along a line, a net of opportunity, a couple of holes. There's obviously some skill and practice involved with laying that net. Doesn't always work. It's not foolproof. The impalas have stopped shouting now. There'll come a point when the lions will just start moving again if they feel like this opportunity is done. There we go. They can play the waiting game. So can we, eh, Paul? Bellinzona, the most interesting lion kill I think I saw. I mean, it's hard to really put them all on a platter and say which one was better than which one. They're all quite extreme and quite something to behold. I've seen many in my life, but I think one of the coolest ones that I saw was a lioness that killed a baby wildebeest. And there were 9 cubs in the pride, 9 of them about 5 months, 6 months old, maybe less. She killed the baby wildebeest. It was very young, right in front of my car, dropped it, and then looked at me, walked away, and then we said, we're going to wait. She walked back. All 9 cubs walked straight past my door. Didn't have a door then either. Walked straight past, and then she picked it up and gave it to them. Now the cubs' teeth weren't sharp enough. Their physicality wasn't sharp enough to open up the carcass. So she eventually did, And as soon as she did, she actually started getting extremely aggressive, and the cubs were holding on. Imagine 9 cubs holding on to a wildebeest calf, about this big, pulling it this way, pulling it that way. She's smacking them, hitting them. All the ears are flat. All of them are behaving like adult lions, competing for the kill, which was quite something to behold. Really, really special. But I think what was so interesting about that was with the same guests, 2 nights later, we then saw a pride of 20 kill a giraffe. And the difference, although there were a lot of similarities, the difference was off the charts. So it was amazing. The mum knew that it needed to provide food for its cubs, but once it got the bloodlust in its nose, it just became an aggressive lion. And only 6 or so of those cubs carried on. 3 of them didn't make it. Just didn't have the competitive edge. Hello, Darshid, age 11. Well, lions got very good sense of smell. I don't know if it's necessarily about the distance with which they can smell from. If the wind is blowing, they can pick up on the scent of things in the air. Both lion and hyena have very good sense of smell when it comes to tracking an animal. But when the wind picks up, those smells waft over to them. So that could be from as far away as the wind is blowing from. If there's no wind, then they can't smell. They can't smell the animal at all. And then they rely on hearing as well as sight, which makes it quite tricky. So wind definitely plays into the advantage of the predators. It shows them where their prey are, attracting them from a distance, but it makes it difficult for animals to hear them. So I couldn't tell you how far away they could smell, but they got a very sensitive nose to those little scents in the air, and they know exactly what kind of animals they like to hunt, and so they pick up on that smell and then go looking for them. Okay, well, Anbian Ngala has got something that a lion would like to eat.
If you look there, we have a small herd of impala. It looks like it's only the males who can see for now, but this one that you're looking at is a young male. You can see his horns have not done that little twist there. Could be that he is maybe from the litter or from born maybe about a year and a half back, maybe 2019, November, December there. And what's interesting is that now he is spending a little bit of time with the other older male impalas that have all been kicked out of the herds. At where he is also sexually active. He does not really pose a threat, but I think he needs to learn from these guys. They're running around. Like I said earlier on, it will be the rutting season in the coming month. So that's why we often get to see these males all together. But if you look at him, he looks to be in a very good condition. I think it's because there's a lot of food. There's plenty of grass all over. When you look at his stomach, it looks like it's hanging down a little bit. Maybe he was eating the whole day. It is getting dark, and these impalas are still feeding. And I think sooner or later they're going to have to find a nice spot to rest for a little while. But you can see every time he feeds, he'll lift up his head, take a few bites, lift up his head. It's because he needs to be on the lookout, and he's learned that. Possibly in his life that he's lived, he's had a lot of ambush. He might have survived a few. So he's learned to always look up every now and again when you are busy feeding. Well, he seems to be enjoying that plant there. I can see, looks like there's a little shrub that's there that he seems to be liking. Yes, Rosie, they are. And in this world, or in this wilderness that they're living in, they are constantly scared and being ambushed and being hunted. You can imagine every rustle behind a bush for an impala like this one. He has to really think out hard what it could be. Of course, sometimes it is relatively nothing. Could be a lion, could be a leopard, could be a hyena. Sometimes it could be other antelope that are just making their way out. But if you hear something that you're not sure about, it's always good to have a look. So they're living life on the edge, knowing that at any time, anywhere, when they're going to have a drink, when they're busy feeding, when they're peacefully resting, and anything could just come out of the bush or come out behind you to come and try and kill you. So I think these impalas have quite an interesting life.
On the 27th of April, Wild Earth will be turning 14 years old, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of you. And to celebrate, we will be finishing the beautiful book that we started last year that looks at the history so far. But we do need you to be part of it. Please submit your most memorable sighting, or what Wild Earth means to you, or even just your name and a comment to be included inside the book. Head over to the website to add your name and reserve your copy. We are offering a 20% discount on all books bought before the end of March. And a big thank you to all of you who have contributed to the book so far.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at and beyond Pinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on Wild Earth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, the lions haven't moved. They've gone to sleep, actually. Apologies. We've suddenly just been infested with mosquitoes. A little bit of repellent. It's always helpful. The impala, which we never saw, seemed to have moved off. The 4 lions that are here have all gone to sleep. We are joined in the sighting, of course, by another vehicle. Chelsea, age 7 lions do look quite fluffy. Tell you they're not at all fluffy. The fur is actually quite tough. It's quite firm, actually. I'm trying to think of a dog it's like a dog fur, but not a fluffy dog fur. Like a ridgeback, but tougher. And of course they are very warm, but they smell very bad, Chelsea. They smell very, very bad, so I wouldn't want to snuggle up to one. When they're younger, they're quite fluffy. They grow into their body, and they're quite fluffy. But as they get older, no, not at all. That's a very cool question. I wouldn't try and snuggle up to a lion, everybody, no matter how fluffy and warm they might look. Juan, age 12. You want to know if I know how many lion prides there are on the Sabi Sands? Off the top of my head? No. But I could probably find out. Okay, so up in the north, we've got the Tortured Pride. We've got the Talamati Pride. We've got the Umkuhuma Pride. Okay, so I've actually managed to find something which I think would be quite helpful. Okay, so prides. We've got the Kambula, the Mangeni, the Umkuhuma, the Ottawa, Sand River, Southern, Sparta, Styx, Talamati, Tortured, Tsalala, an Unknown Pride, and the Shumungwe Pride. That is a total of 13 prides of lion that they know of in the Sabi Sands. The unknown one's obviously one that comes in and out, probably from the Kruger. And then the male coalitions is the Avoca North, which are these boys up here, the Avoca South, the Birminghams, the Clarendon, the Matimba, the Nzenga, the Ottawa, the Styx and Umkuhuma, where the one boy is mixed apparently, the Torchwood, Tumbela, and an unknown. So that's 12 known coalitions of males as of January 2021. And obviously they're spread out quite roughly, quite widely. I'm getting that information from a sightings report from Panthera that does all of the work on the large cats in and around this area, and they gather lots of information from all the lodges. The lodges give in their reports on where they've been seen. So all the lodges in the Sabi Sands actually contribute. Some more so than others due to occupancy. So just on the Sabi Sands this January past, there were 579 leopard sightings, 438 lion, 53 wild dog, and 22 cheetah. So there are a lot of cats in the Sabi Sands, everybody, and there's probably a few that don't get recorded from time to time. Bear in mind it's open to the Kruger, and the Sabi Sands is only a small percentage of the Greater Kruger National Park. So so you can imagine how many prides and coalitions and leopards there are in the Greater Kruger. Obviously it's much easier from a research point of view trying to measure the number of animals when you've got huge amounts of people on the ground counting them. Wombat, that's a good question. I mean, the situation is that generally a lioness goes away for a month, maybe a couple of months if she has cubs, and then she returns back to her pride. But what also can happen is what happened with the Onkuhuma young male who went away with the young lioness, and they were away for over a year. And bless you, it's not that the pride didn't accept her back. It was the Avoca males that didn't accept her back. So I think the prides will always be accepting, unless it's a breakaway pride. Once a pride breaks away, they become different units altogether. They develop a different smell, a different, I don't know. But you see breakaway prides are not tolerant of each other. It's like family gatherings that sometimes happen, except we often so tolerant of it. You know, when you have that disagreement, your mom has a disagreement with your uncle, and then suddenly you aren't talking together, talking for a while. That's essentially what a breakaway is. And then those two separate, and then they never talk to each other again. If they do, it's often very, very uncomfortable, and it's very loud, and it's very rude. Okay, so the lions are on the move. One is right here next to me. Can you see her here, Bo? She's going to go right in front of the car in a moment. Now the car's left because there's been a report of Sibuya's cub Shasha coming into Djuma from the south. I think this is the old girl. I can't really tell. It's going to be very difficult for me this evening. There's no monitor to see who's going on with what, but there goes two lionesses. They're clearly rubbing each other's heads, doing some bonding, so that never goes away from a pride. But something must trigger the breakaway. Something separates the pride from each other, and then once that's done, they don't come back together again. It's often got to do with food resource, cubs. You got another one? Just in front of me here. You got another one. Ah, very good. Well, it sounds like the information handed over, Trisha's managed to capitalize on.
Guys, it looks like I found Mawati. I'm not 100% sure. It's a male leopard. It's being very difficult. At first, but spot pattern looks like a 2 something. Still can't be 100% sure. Sorry, but we're gonna have to go to the spider webs. Where did you go to? It was so difficult to see. You just chase. Listen for a little bit. Ah, so frustrating. The nose looked like Mawati's nose. Yeah, it's quite a dark nose, quite a thick dark nose. And of course, it was not a fresh tracks. And you know how difficult it is to see tracks with this light. But they were so fresh, I could see them with the spotlight. Followed them down here, saw the hyena, heard him go. Bah, 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 bah. Spotlight was doing its work. So I saw the eyes in the darkness. Sorry, I'm still in low range. Okay, he doesn't come this way. Let's turn around. Oh, that is so frustrating. Nice big male with a dewlap. I'm not even sure if you managed to get a glimpse. But let me send you over to Steve with his lions. I'm going to keep on looking for what's possibly more Mawati.
Welcome back, everyone. The lions haven't moved far. Moving slowly towards this open area. Okay, I can just see 3. There might be 4. Imagine being a prey animal. I'm in that position now where I'm not able to see the product of the IR light. I can just slightly hear the noise of them moving. The moon is almost 3/4 full, and yet you can just make out the silhouette of a lion. 3 lions, in fact. They know that they're easily seen in the moon. They're in all of every world the moon was always a part of. The prey animals are very happy with moonlit nights. They're able to see better once the eyes are adjusted. That's why they have got the behavior of going out into the open areas where the grass is short. Well, for the most part, they can see. The woodland is a dangerous place for an impala and wildebeest. Richard, in saying that, this female over here, I think it's her, I can't tell right now, but she's one of the older girls, and she's not in the best of conditions. She's still looking good, but she's definitely getting a little bit old, a little bit thin. You know, just the age of time. But the others are looking great. The one young lioness with the pom-pom missing off her tail has got a bit of an injured leg we saw this morning. And she doesn't seem to have grown much since I last saw her, but it's possible she's younger than I thought. And then also she was next to her boy, so the boy was far bigger than she was, and he was still very, very low in the mane development. hear the crickets, cicadas, sort of eerie silence in the dark. Catherine, definitely in the night. They're very capable of killing in the day, but okay, so I've got 4. The senses of the lions are just so much more in tune. At night they are, they are masters of the night. Nocturnal. You notice how inactive they are during the day. It's energy consuming to be active. Now there's impalas calling from behind us. She's going to come and walk right past us. Paul. Hello, gorgeous. And one by one, they vanish. There's still one in front of us just lying down. I think maybe 2. 3 over here still. Okay. So it looks like all 6 are here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 have just gone off into the darkness. Why? And it depends on why in age 9. It depends on what you mean by fit. Fitness comes in 2 different degrees, I suppose. One is in strength and one is in ability to run all day. Now, both male lions and female lions cover a very similar amount of distance each day, so physically, they're both as physically fit when it comes to walking speed and agility. Lionesses being a little bit lighter, or probably a little bit more sort of agile. But male lions, when it comes to brute strength, are just far more powerful. Okay, what I'm going to do, because it looks like they're all going to go onto the road there. I think I'm going to try to go back. No, I think I'm just going to wait. I'm just going to wait. There's nothing for it right now. We've got lions in every direction. They're all gotten up. Have you got one there as well still? They're all in front. Or they've gone left. I see some walking in the road to the left of us. We're not far from the open clearing. There's still just this one here who's taking her time. So that's one of the things that slows down an individual is if they get injured and they don't get the same amount of food. Very protein-rich diet, of course. They need to feed, keep their physicality going. And as soon as they go a few weeks without food, their condition starts to deteriorate, and it's very difficult for them to bounce back. But being in a pride, the lionesses generally look after each other. Dark mane, they've just thrown to the wolves, allowing him to go and search for his own food. I don't even know where he is at the moment. Poor fellow. Okay, well, if they keep going in the direction they're going, I think this is the old girl. I can't tell. If they keep going in the direction they're going, they're going to go to Juma. So, shall we, Impo? When they're up and moving like that, there's no hunt happening at the moment. They will walk and move and walk and move. They've picked their general direction. Southwest, the direction of the wind. And they hit the road now. Once they hit the road, they'll walk in the general direction until They pick up on something that smells good, or they hear something, and then they'll move towards it. The roads, as we use for tracking, very useful for them for covering ground. We've got another vehicle with us in the sighting, and the slowest of the group walking just in front here. You see her? She's in front of us, but she's behind that car, so probably not the best shot. Let's just keep going, shall we? Okay, well, we're going to keep up with them and see where they get to. And while we do that, we're just going to breathe in a bit and just enjoy this wonderful evening.
For all of you Wild Earth explorers who bought plaques, today is the day that you will make your very first safari on our vehicle. Because we are quite remote here in the bush, they have taken some time to arrive, but I am happy to say they are here and they look great. Marcel has spent the day attaching them. Let's take a look.
Before we mount these nameplates, we just give a light dusting of green paint. This is to better match them to the color of the vehicles and also to decrease the reflectivity of the metal and thereby staying sensitive towards the animals.
Bumble crew, hopefully Dan Black, Liesel Apgar and Alicia George. Well, it's time for me to get ready to take you all on a safari. Let's go.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi, everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the Live Safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Welcome back, everyone. Well, we've just caught up with the Pride. They're just moving straight down towards Hunters Road. So they're going to come out on to Djuma if they keep heading in this direction. But they're also looking for the impala that are hanging around in this area. Lucy, obviously they both serve the purpose in the Pride. You have more females generally than males. The males being bigger generally dominate. But when it comes to the hunting, we often see the females participating more, but that's generally because there's more of them. Males know they're going to get lots of food by just waiting. That's a young man at the back learning his role. But the pride's objective is the females defend a territory with which they encompass their food and their breeding, and the males defend the prides from other males, defending their genetics. So that is different roles. Males are much more physical. They come in to mate, to breed, to defend those cubs against other males. And in part, they get looked after by the pride females for that service. Sorry about the radio. Let's just move up, see if we can get another angle. Nishta H7, if the lion feels threatened, they will show you exactly that they are not happy. Okay, so we're just going to get around them over here. Try and get around them over here. I'll put my lights on. I'll get them from an angle. The lion that's not happy will go down low, it'll crouch, and it will potentially even growl. That's obviously what you don't want. So, just like any animal, if they're not happy, they show you aggression. And I'm sure you've seen images or videos of aggressive sort of cats. There we go. They're just over here on this side of this little watering hole. And they're not all there, which means that I think a number of them have probably splintered off. There was a group of impala here in this area when we came through looking earlier. They do like to hang out in the open. They will go into the thickets when threatened and maybe move into the thickets, but they prefer to be out in the open. So the lions are listening, smelling, but this process can go on all evening. They can move, lie down, move, lie down, listening, tuning in their senses for the evening. Okay, so one is up, is walking. Yeah. Izzy, I don't think I'm in danger for the most part. Paul has a different opinion in that regard. And I've spent a lot of time doing this. So I have a bit of an understanding of the behavior that these animals show towards us. Whereas Paul is still just learning, a bit worried about this little seaplant over here. Yeah, I don't know if I want to go that way. There's a big puddle over here. If I go in there, I'm not coming out. Okay, so they've just moved over. There's a bit of yawning going on. Okay, so now they're going to go into the thickets, which is going to make life very, very easy. Difficult. This road goes all the way down to Djuma. They're going back into the direction that they were earlier. Nicanova, dominant males are normally there to stay unless they're kicked out by other rival males. But it does happen that a new male moves in and the females can gang up against him because his primary objective would be to kill those cubs. So it does happen that he can sometimes get ganged up upon. But once the male is established in a pride, once he's done what he's done, they can be very aggressive about getting to that position. And once he's then side cubs and he is the dominant male, it is in the best interests of that pride to keep him there. If he does get displaced by new males, that can often lead to a really, really upside down time for the pride, especially if there's young ones around. But it's all part and parcel of the lion society, and it is always interesting to see how different males interact with different prides and the tolerance level, how many males there might be. Okay, so they're listening very intently right now. There's an impala shouting. Listen. Impalas run the other way. Clearing, well, we've got to be very sensitive with lights. It's very important to, that's why we use our infrared. We use lights every now and again to see where we're going. And of course, no doubt, there is influence with lights and noises. We try and be as sensitive as we possibly can. And being able to film them with the infrared is a massive benefit. You still see one? Yeah. Okay, so we're just going to wait here. I don't want to influence them in any way. I mean, the same thing goes for lights and noises that we could generate for the animals that they're hunting at the same time. So, worked in the industry for a long time, and there's always, you've got to have very strong radio procedures, and you've got to be very careful about the lights, very careful about the noise you make. But it's difficult. I mean, if we didn't do it, life would carry on. But there still is an industry. There still is a game drive industry. There's still people that come out and pay money to go on safari to see these things. But of course, there's influence, and we've got to mitigate it as much as possible. So whenever lions are hunting, you'll always say lights down, and those people involved switch off. And what is now I can hear contact call of a lion, which means that alarm call has caused the rest of the herd to run. Ludi, yes, of course. They're fearful of man. They run away from man all the time, especially in the daytime. In the nighttime, very, very different. Okay, so they're all lying down here. They're waiting for something to transpire. They don't think all the impala have run. It's possible a couple more going around the other side. But Ludi, elephants will chase lions, but lions aren't essentially afraid of them because they know they can get away. Hippos and rhino as well. I think lions are very curious of them. They sometimes try and hunt them, but they're not necessarily fearful of them. But a lion have evolved on the African continent with humans, and they do fear us. There's definitely a fear factor involved in the daytime. But at night, it's a whole different ball game. We don't walk around at night. Lions, they don't have the same sort of nighttime fears as they do in the daytime. And the moon has gone behind some clouds, which makes it even more eerie. Okay, well, we're going to see what happens with these lions. Send you back over to Rule for an update.
All right, so we are driving in a place where there are a few leopards that move around. There is a big male leopard that has just recently moved into our property and has taken over this territory. And also there is the other female that I've been hoping to see that she also moves around here. So there is a tree not too far from here, in particular that that female likes. And I just want to drive there, see if there is anything around there or not. And then we'll turn around and make our way back out. But what we're going to do, we're going to keep driving in this leopard's territories, just hoping that maybe we'll come across one of them as we drive along. We do know, and I'm very sure that at this point in time, they are active. So which means that they are on the move. So maybe we might be on the right road. And be lucky enough to come across one. So I'm going to carry on with the search and see what we can find. Yes, Damon, you're asking if we often see leopard on Ngala. And at the moment, I'm not going to say yes, because for the past few months, we have lost a few leopards that we used to see a lot. And finding leopard has become a little bit hard, but we normally get to see leopard in the reserve. There are a lot of leopards that we get to see every now and again, but it is just that now also having the bush this thick makes it easier for them to hide from us. Zeti, have I ever seen a successful leopard hunt? Yes, I have. And the first time, though, that I ever saw a leopard become successful in a hunt, it was a female leopard, and she caught a scrub hare right in front of us. This was also happening in the evening, late, when we were on our way back to camp. And I've also seen her take down an impala. Been fortunate to watch one female bring down an impala in the Timbabati riverbed, which was very beautiful because there you could see everything out in the open with nothing to block the view. So you can see where we're driving in now is extremely thick. And I'm hoping to find at least a leopard around here. Madison, you're asking if leopards often live or go up the same tree. I have noticed that they are in their territory. There would be certain places where they know of certain trees, and if that leopard is around that corner or that part of his or her territory and has made a kill or wants to use a tree, preferably they'll use more or less the same tree. So they do, I would say they do have their favorite trees where they would often hoist carcasses and stuff like that. And you can hear where we're driving now, the noise of all these frogs. We are driving past a little pen that is in the middle of this leopard's territory. Just listen to that. So you see, this pen here has a lot of water because of the rain that we had. And I think it's often where this leopard would be coming for a drink. So I think it's one of the reasons why I decided to drive past. Maybe try and have a look and just scan. And I must say, as well as the bird life here has been incredible, like this year has been epic around this pen with the bird life. And you can see if you look carefully, there's a lot of little bugs flying above the water. And I think these frogs are going to be having a feast. Right, I think let's carry on with our search. And we'll see if we'll be able to find any other night or nocturnal animals. So in the meantime, while we still search, we'll send you guys back to Steve with his lions.
Back everyone. Well, they've gotten back up and moving, changed their angle, now heading on the Long Pole Road straight back to Djuma. It's the road they were heading on originally this morning. Nishka H7. Well, I don't know where you are in the world, but a lioness weighs about 135, 140 kilograms. So that's about close to 300 pounds. And a male lion can get up to 200, 240. It's close to 500 pounds. Now that's an incredible weight. Really, really incredible. And they don't look that big until you see them up close. Good. Let's catch up with them as they walk in the road. As we drive in the darkness. They're heading back over to Djuma. Maybe they're going to go hang out on quarantine again, where all of our wildebeest were hanging out this afternoon. They're being very sneaky. Them sneezing. Only 6. Are there 6 of them now? Can you count 6? There were 6 this morning. Got 6 again. There are 14 in the pride, so I don't know where the rest are. I believe some of them might be in Manyaleti, might be mates, some Manyaleti males. That's what I heard from one of the landowners. Moshi, a lion can eat about 50 kilograms on their own. So an impala female only weighs about 30 kilograms, a male 40, 45, maybe close to 60. So one impala is just a snack for these fellows. But when they catch one, they probably eat more than one every day when they do catch. Okay. They have heard something. They're smelling the bushes. Someone's walked here before. And do a little bit of a rub of the face. A little bit more application. Bit of a scratch if need be. Chelsea A7, that's a good question. It's not difficult. It's not exactly easy to give you an answer because, well, the lioness only has her first cubs at about 3.5, 4, maybe 3.5, 4. And they can live up to 15, 16 in the wild. But in general, after having cubs, which takes them about 3 months of gestation period, that's pregnancy, then it takes them about 2 years again before they have more cubs. But if those cubs are killed, they can have cubs almost immediately again. So it depends on how many cubs they bring to adulthood will lessen the number they can have in their life. But if they have lots of cubs that are killed, they can have more cubs. Does that make sense? So it's hard to put a number on it, because some lionesses will be more successful than others. So 6, 7 litters if they breed every 2 years, which is a lot. That's a lot of lions. Well, Ambion Gala's been having lots of lions lately. Let's send you back over to them.
All right, so it seems like we're still on the search, and I think, you know what, you'll never know when anything is going to happen out here, because there is that possibility where you'd think that we're not going to find anything, and out of nowhere. I think I'll quickly send you guys over to Juma.
Finally, after some nighttime tracking, finally caught up with him. Still can't see his face. I'm quite sure it's Milwaukee. The nose said so, the behavior said so. I'm just gonna be here now. He's moving south on Zoe's. With him, it's all about being patient. What? We couldn't see it, but we heard it. Yes. That is amazing. There he comes out back onto the road. Obviously, knowing that it's him, I'm just keeping a distance. This male is a tutu. The only tutu male I know around is in Shlangula, and this is far too north for him, and I'm far too south for him. And I know that I've seen male leopard tracks on this road before. And it was most likely Milwaukee, and I'm pretty sure this is him right now. I'm so glad. I would love for you to get a full shot of his face so that you guys can be sure. I'm sure James Richard would love that. Oh, thank you, Stuck in Bed. You're congratulating me. Thank you. It was about the most night tracking I've ever done. Spotlight to the ground, but he made it easy. Luckily. He tried to lose us. Well, in fact, he did lose us. We went all the way down Rebecca's quarantine. He was just hiding in the bush, then he came back over our tracks. Nothing like the sweet, sweet reward of a last-minute leopard. I'm actually going to turn those off. His scent marking the whole way. Scent marking and sawing. It's smelling very, very, very popcorny. Straight in front of us, in front of us. He looked like he darted to catch something. He caught something. He did. He caught a scrub hare. And look at that. Look at that. Wow. That was quick. That sound, tuk, 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 unmistakable, of a leopard's paws hitting the ground as it makes a run for it. You know, why not just go and patrol and then also get yourself some takeaway? A quick scrub here. Carol, you say this is amazing. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it, Carol. I certainly am. Love this excitement. He's just turned in here. And I wonder if he's going to eat, but I'm going to approach really carefully because he can be a little uncomfortable sometimes with the vehicles. Okay, there he is. And he's just moved. Let's just turn in here and see if we'll get lucky. Out of sight. It's quite far in. Alright, he's quite far in. Ah, there he is. He's lying there. Just see him. Just enjoying his meal while we're going to stick around here until the end of show.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
I love being a cam-up for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Sorry about that, everybody. Technical issues out here in the wilds are a common thing. I do apologize, bringing you live broadcast from very bumpy roads. Tswalu has found Mawati. Is it really him? Have the viewers confirmed that it's Mawati? I know that since he's been around, a lot of people have been spending time with him. The vehicles from the east and the west, so he's become a lot more relaxed. So let's go back over to them. I'd love to know if it really is the big boy.
I do. Finally we'll get to see his face. It is most definitely him. He's chowing down in his scrub hair. He's been great. He always is in the evenings. A little better than he is during the day in terms of his comfortability with vehicles. And he's been very good. We're not terribly close to him. We're not pushing it. And he's really, really given us such a surprise. Look at that. An excellent way for today's safari. Ago. Actually, it couldn't have. No? Yeah, a year ago was when lockdown started here. So, it could have been. Maybe even before that. And his dewlap is really coming in. He's really big. He's gorgeous. So glad that we could share this time and this moment together. We watched him grab a scrub hair, even though it was behind a bush, but we heard it. We saw him walk out with his prize. There we go. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, gorgeous. Well, enjoy your meal, Mawati. You've given us just a beautiful sighting. I'll thank everybody. Thank you guys for your questions and your comments. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye-bye for now.